Good evening. How are we all this fine? I was going to say sunny evening. It's not sunny evening. How are we all? We all okay? Oh! We have a cat. Cat. That book came. Hello, Jenny. Also, hello, Ellen, as well. How are we all? We all okay? We all having a good week? I'm having a good week now I've finished work. Properly. Finally. So, the new chair is still in its box, so at some point I may wander off during one of the sprints and be building a chair rather than reading. Amazon Prime Day has not been good for my bank account. Let's leave it as that. And the brick has arrived. Jenny, would you like to relay to the chat what I told you earlier, so that I can be judged as incredibly guilty? And then I will hold up. I've got a Kindle now. I've got my new Kindle that arrived yesterday, a day before they said it was going to arrive. So that was nice. So I can use my Kindle again. Yay! Drawback, I looked how many books I now have on my Kindle, and it's gone up. So there's that. But last month I was really good, and I didn't go on a buying spree all month. I cannot wait for my new desk to come. I've got a new desk coming as well, because this is one of those sort of Z frame desks and it just wobbles. But yeah, it's not a huge stack. I mean, it won't even fit in. That's not that big a stack, right? Chair, desk, no, just the green screen frame. I already had the green screen. I just never bought the frame, and tapestries and carpets. And I've got a very wobbly desk. Oh, hopefully by Monday the desk will be here and I can use it. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to do a haul video, because I've got a load of Kindle books I've picked up as well. So that's fun. What's everybody reading? I know Jenny has got a particularly pretty book has arrived today. I don't know, Ellen's is really nice as well. And what are you reading, Kat, other than The Brick That Is It, which may or may not be in that pile somewhere? So yeah, Kindle has been a loss of 99p books. So I had one good month. This is my bad month, and then next month I've got 3 pre-orders. A new book by Raymond E. Feist. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's going to be called the Dragon War Saga. I've not read any Feist for years and years and years, to the point where I don't know where I was up to, and this is a brand new series, so I feel relatively safe going into this one. I've got one by S.A. Corey, who is the author of the Expanse books, or whatever the book series is actually referred to as. They've got a brand new sort of space opera coming out set in a new universe, so I've got that coming in August. And I think that's it. Oh, for those of you that are on Booktube, you may or may not have seen the Garborgust sort of thing that goes on with a lot of different creators, where they celebrate trash and pulp novels throughout August. And there's a book coming out which has been published by Criminoli called The Garbology. That's out on the 1st of August as well, which is a collection of short stories, which, if I remember correctly, is written by booktubers and bookstagrammers and so on and so forth. So I've got that coming as well. Reading The Wren in the Hollywood Library. That's the one with a very, very, very pretty cover. A very pretty cover. I liked the look of that one a lot. Jenny, are you starting with your new book that you sent me a video of earlier that was also incredibly pretty, and I can't remember what it was called because I forget things? So I'm going to be reading... is it that one? No, it's that one. I'm going to be reading Leech by Hiran Ennis today. The End Crowns. That is such a pretty book. Pretty sprayed edges, pretty inside cover as well. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. If Noah looked at it, it would be yellow. But there we go. So I'm reading Leech by Hiran Ennis. I've read the first couple of chapters and I have no clue what's going on. I think there's vampires. Remotely remain overread for now because I'm just going to embrace my emotional reading for the rest of the year. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm going to read the Garbology of the book itself. I think I'm mainly, other than my 2 new releases, I think I'm going to have to play catch up with that massive pile. But I think I'm mainly going to be trying to catch up with the indie books that have picked up, because I think I'm 4 behind now, and by the time we get to August, then I'll have another one due then. Brain is fried from stress day, so I'll be painting my nails and watching either Rebirth or Witcher. I started a Sleeping Beauty return. I really hope it wasn't one by Yenneker Snow. And it's, yes, the famous doorstop. Everyone's telling me that I'm going to hate it as well. Alright, I hope the call goes well, hun. Yeah, a few people have told me that I'm going to absolutely despise it with a passion. Now, these people include Noah. I mean, Noah never agree on books, and that'll become very clear when we talk about Dead Silence in our video, whenever we're going. I think we're recording that tomorrow. And my ex-wife, but as my ex-wife is a fan of Richard Lehman, not sure where that one's going to go. But yeah, I'm reading Leech, so the blurb for this one. Why am I on my track package screen and not on my Goodreads like I was supposed to be? That's a bizarre way to do things, isn't it? Alright, let's shut Discord off. So, Leech is a book that has been on my doodad for quite a while. I've made the mistake of shutting Discord. That was a silly thing to do. No, I'm not reading Layman. I'm going to be reading it, but my ex-wife, who was the one that did read Layman, and I was speaking to her about this yesterday, actually, because I had to go into School for an Education meeting, which is always fun for the people I have to meet, was saying how good they are, and it's like, yes, but there's a lot of toplessness, for example, in those books, and it's like, it's fine if you just ignore that bit of the book. It's like, oh, right, okay. I'm not sure the teenage boy side of me will be able to ignore that, but there we go. So, the blurb for Leech. In an isolated chateau as far north as north goes, the Baron's doctor has died. The doctor's replacement has a mystery to solve, discovering how the Institute lost track of one of its many bodies. For hundreds of years, the Interprovincial Medical Institute has grown by taking root in young minds and shaping them into doctors, replacing every human practitioner of medicine. The Institute is here to help humanity, to cure and to cut and to cradle and protect the species from the apocalyptic horrors their ancestors unleashed. In the frozen north, the Institute's body will discover a competitor for its rung at the top of the evolutionary ladder. A parasite is spreading through the Baron's castle, already a dark pit of secrets, lies, violence and fear. The two will make war on the battlefield of the body. Whichever wins, humanity will lose again. So yeah, it's so far I'm only 2 chapters in. I've done my first chapter recording, which is well in advance because that's not due to go up till the 1st of August anyway. It almost feels like a hive mind for the main character, who hasn't been given a name yet, from what I can recall. Because they seem to, it almost feels like a mind palace, but not quite. And the brain seems to be talking about they've picked the right vessel for this thing. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on. But yeah, it's been an odd one so far. But we're gonna, hey, I've actually got the chat right for once. That makes a pleasant change, doesn't it? But I am going to fetch the timer up, which is that button. Oh. What have I done? Hang on. There we go. Is that? Yeah, there we go. I know what I'm doing. Also, I will mention this later on, but tomorrow I am also on a live over at the amazing Elaine's channel over at Cobalt Dragon. So that's at 8 o'clock GMT. which I think is 3 p.m. EST, I think, if I remember correctly. So that'll be tomorrow night as well. We're going to be talking all things books and Booktube. So that's going to be fun. I think that's my first time being on someone else's channel that isn't called Noah. So there we go. But I'm going to set the timer off. I'm actually going to open the chair and see if I can put it together very quickly. It doesn't look as straightforward as the last one I built, so we'll see. But I'm going to start the 45-minute timer off. We have music as well. The music is courtesy of StreamBeats. So it's all royalty free. You can get this through Spotify, through YouTube, and there's also download links on the website as well for all the tracks. So a little bit of music to listen to as well. That can disappear. That's the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. I don't know what I'm doing. Why is that in settings? Go away. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to set the timer off, and I hope you enjoy whatever it is you're doing while you're watching. So, hello, Dan, Mrs. Peacock, and Melinda. Welcome. I hope you're all having a good day. How did... You know what this is? I've spent the first half of the stream building a chair. And it's slightly different to my other one, and it's taller, and it keeps confusing me. How did everyone's reading go? I don't think I've been so baffled reading a book as I am reading this one. It's properly confusing me. Like, I can't tell if the main character is deranged, which is possible, or part of a hive mind, or reincarnated, or what they are. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. They are some form of doctor, so they're doing some form of autopsy. And they keep sort of discussing with themselves what they're finding, and it almost feels like, you know, like the Sherlock sort of mind palace thing, but not quite, because you've got multiple brains in jars and they're all arguing with each other. And I can't tell if this is actually going on thing, or if it's all in their head. It's very strange. Very strange. First, catching up on Booktube. Yes. I think, in fact, I've not caught up, because I know Ellen, who's the Cottage Goth Library, has had a video go up today. And I think Kat, Ginger Bibliophile, has had a tag video go up today as well, not long before I started streaming. So I have some catching up to do today, by the looks of it, when I get off. But hey-ho. Hey-ho. And yes, it's a weird one. I'm not sure what to make of it yet. It's got a bit of a creep factor to it. You've got... It's like in this really remote area in the mountains. It sounds like it might be in France, but I don't think it is. I think it's French-inspired. You've got people who have clearly been experimented on in some way, which has given them an extended lifespan. So they're primarily more tubes and all sorts right now. Yeah, I can't tell where the story's going. Basically, the doctors got to this place to do an autopsy on the previous physician, which is fine, but he is the previous physician, which is why I've started to get confused straight off the bat. And he has memories of being that previous physician, so it's very strange. Yeah, but sentient brains in jars, which is important. It's weird. There's some sort of... It's okay. I need to check out your video once I get off, which I will do. I'm saying I will do. I might be recording with Noah straight after this, depending on what sort of work day he's having right now and what time I sprint till. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's some sort of infection, which might be a parasite, it might be a fungus. There's already been eyes being removed, which is everybody's favourite thing in horror, apparently. So it's a lot. It's a lot to try and understand, to put it mildly. But I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. But how is everybody else's reading going, if you're reading, that is? Is it going well? Just seeing if anybody else has had a video go up while I've... Just for a sec. In fact, Kat's got 2 videos gone up. Kat, you need to come and do my my garden for me. Just on a side point, because I've still not done it yet. But yeah, how goes everybody else's reading? Or whatever they're doing. I have heard of Rebirth. I don't know what it is. Hello, Moni. Scum Villains. So you're still working through that one. How's it going? Oh no. Getting frustrated because, yeah, miscommunication trope, or the non-communication trope as it is sometimes, is one that in a lot of, especially in romance, when I hit those sorts of books, really gets on my nerves. Not always. If it's done well, it's great. It's just very rarely done well. Quite often the miscommunication doesn't make sense. But why are they not talking to each other? Is it one of those situations where they're not talking to each other because if they did, they would just solve the problems immediately and there'd be no story to tell? Is it that sort of plot contrivance by any chance? And Jenny's read the first 2 chapters and it's good so far. I think I'm going to enjoy this book. Good. I am happy that your new book is enjoyable. I need to figure out how to get through the pile of books that I have bought because it is ridiculous. Yeah, there's what did I read recently that had it and it worked quite well? The Only Light Left Burning, which is a YA post-apocalypse romance dystopian adventure thing, and that had the communication trope in there. But what it actually did, which I liked, was that it acknowledged the miscommunication and the characters around them were pointing out to the characters that they weren't communicating and that was what the problem was, and it made it easier to swallow, and also it did make sense for what was going on. But miscommunication is not only between the couple but between everyone. Demon invasions should be okay, so what this is then is a plot contrivance. Great. What? I've had some teen skinny dipping. Also, are you allowed to start a paragraph with but? Hey, Witchy, alright. Can you start a paragraph with but? Probably? Probably? Or, how are you, Witchy? What are you reading or doing or whatever it is today? Welcome as well. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Dan, what are you reading? I don't know if I just missed it. When you were talking, when the English, when you dropped in earlier, what is it you're reading today? What are you reading at the moment, Witchy, as well? And is it as good as the Small Angry Planet? I can't remember the full title of it that you read recently. Slewfoot. I don't know that one. There's a lot of books that I don't know today. There is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the miscommunication trope is, which actually this might set Witchy off because I know Witchy has opinions on tropes. I have issues with the miscommunication trope so much, but if it's literally there just to extend the story and make it basically filler, it tends to wind me up. It needs to serve an actual purpose to the narrative, and if it's not doing that and it's not done well, and the narrative doesn't acknowledge it as well, it's very frustrating. All right, okay. Sequel to Litter of Bones. Okay. Was that what you were reading? I can't remember if you were in the chat last time, actually. It's been a week. It's been a long week since then. It's very different. So what's it about then? Also, Melinda, have you got any booktubers to recommend to us all? I mean, a fair few of us probably have already got a load of them anyway. But who have you found recently that you've taken a liking to watching? Yeah, exactly. It can just stretch the story out. There was what did I read recently? Timberdark, which was a follow-up to Wranglestone. And there was a similar vibe between that and The Only Fire Left Burning in that post-apocalypse YA romance. And they both did the miscommunication trope. But one did it really well and one did it really badly. And it was a shame. It really was, because Wranglestone and Timberdark could have been exceptionally good books, and as a result of some of the tropes that were used in there and the way they were presented, it ended up being pretty average, sadly. But yeah. Heaven's official blessings. See, I am not allowed to buy any more books. Like, I'm just not for the rest of the year, really. I pointed out to Noah earlier, there's a follow-up to The Watchers coming out soon. All right, okay. Salem Witch Trials, okay. My question is, so far, are they treating witches well? Not as in literally in the story treating them well, but like the historical idea of witches and the way they're being presented. Is it doing it well? Because I know you read something recently that really ground your gears a little bit, the way witches were being portrayed in it. So are they getting that right at least? I have to look through my playlist and see who is due. I've been behind for so long. This is the problem, innit? The more you get into the community, the more people you know, the more videos you have, and you just can't keep up with them all. Which can be frustrating sometimes because you want to sort of support everybody, and how do you do that? Well, that's good. That's good to hear. Oh, I meant to ask. I'll ask on Friday. It's fine. It's fine. Right, I'm going to put that over there. I've got too many tabs open, and I don't know what I'm doing. Where's that gone? There. Ah, I did reset it. Happy days. That's good. And how's well, I know Kat said she's been busy painting nails. I really like the Booktube series Battle of the Booktube. The idea is that different small booktubers recommend each other books. I haven't seen that, bizarrely. I will have to check that out. In fact, I think I have seen it in passing and went past it. Because I think I already had a massive backlog. But I've got a bit of free time tomorrow before I go over. Forgot what I was going to say before I'm over on Elaine's channel, so that's going to be fun. Right, I am going to set the timer off again. I'm actually going to... Yes, are you going to tell me what it is? I want to know what it is. Tell me. Tell me all the things. I don't really do Booktuber events. Obviously, I'm doing Don't Die July, but that's the one that Noah came up with. Someone just... Oh, wait! Is that what that is? Oh, okay. Have I just missed it? Oh, right, I'm going to have to run backwards. Oh, right. Definitely going to check that out then. Let's just underline that on my notepad. Oh, I will have to. I'll definitely have a look at that. Have you already got a video up on that and I've just missed it? Has my YouTube decided to do its thing where it decides to not tell me things again? Which is a distinct possibility. They've not come out yet. Okay, I thought I'd missed something then. Because at the moment my YouTube is doing misbehaving a little bit. It's not sending out notifications, which is a bit frustrating. And yeah, it's not always telling me when certain people. I presume it's hashtag Battle of the Booktuber to find the videos. I would assume. I suppose if I just put Battle of the Booktubers in, it'll come up, won't it? Let's just do that. Let's do that while we're Battle of the. Nope, that's. Okay, aha. Okay. Cool. Happy days. Alright, there's a couple of different things in there actually. Okay. I shall be taking a look at that. Part of round 3. Okay, I need to check out all that then and see what's going on. Right. Where's buttons? Where's buttons? Okay. I'm going to set the timer off again. I'm going to set the music off again. Press that. Will the music work? Oh, yeah, it will. Hey! Happy days. That's going to make life a little bit easier. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing today. My brain is all over the place. Right. I'm going to set the timer off. Happy reading, nail painting, watching, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. I know how buttons work. It's only taken 5 streams. Hello, Kada. Hello, Jaleesa. Welcome. In case people in the chat haven't realised, me and Kada were talking a little bit about Star Wars on Discord while the stream was going on. And it's overflowed because I love Star Wars. I'm just so far behind. How's everyone's reading going? I'm beginning to understand what's going on, kind of ish. So, the main character's point of view for Leech is some form of parasite. It reminds me a little bit of like the Trill from Star Trek, but not quite. I think there's some sort of psychic link rather than a physical one. And they've just discovered some other form of parasite, which may actually be more highly evolved. It feels and seems to be acting a bit like the symbiote from Venom. It's very much got that sort of black, slimy aesthetic to it, the sort of movement thing. Still, not a great deal of plot in it so far, though. It's very much like an investigation of what killed the last host of this parasite, for want of a better word, and trying to figure out what it is. And obviously there's a gap in memories, and they've just discovered a cave where it looks like the infection originally started from, and this uber parasite venom-like thing has just attacked them. So I'm 70 pages in, which is 22% of the book. It's got a few gross moments in it so far, I have to say, but it's not too bad. It's very slow though. I could see this losing people quite early on if you're not a fan of super slow build and very slow ramp up of tension. So that's Leech so far. But how's everybody else's going? Jaleesa, tell me about The Good House, because I don't know what that is. I've not heard of that one. Also, what are everyone's plans for the rest of the day? Well, I don't expect Noah to be here. He's in work. I would like him to actually do work when he's in employment. I know it's unusual for him, from working with him, for him to do work. But, I'm joking. Yeah, I don't mind slow build in horror. In fact, though I've not been listening to it on the sprint, I've been listening to oh god, what's it called? I know Jaleesa's read it or listened to it. It's by AM Shine, Creeper by AM Shine. I'm currently listening to, and that's a weird one because the audiobook's about 8.5. Alexa, delete notification. There is a very vague plot. The basic idea is this character, who's our point of view character, who doesn't have a name, so that's a bit jarring at first, arrives to basically do an autopsy on the previous physician, who is also them, and they're just going to try and find out what this thing is that killed him. That's it after 70 pages. They've pulled some sort of thing out of their eye, and that's it. Very slow, very creepy. It's very I don't know what the right term is. It's very wordily written, almost excessively so, actually. So still not reading. Rooter is acting up, and I need to run around after lunch and plan to start reading. What is it after lunch? What is it that you're planning on reading, Melinda? I can't remember if you said earlier, because I have a memory like a fish, apparently. This has got a lot of atmosphere. It just feels like nothing really is happening. I did actually wander over, have a look at a couple of reviews, and it feels like I'm going to get to the point where everything's just going to go mental. So we shall see. But yeah, I've also been listening to, over the last couple of days, Creeper by AM Shine. I liked his previous book, The Watchers, which I believe is a film now. This feels like a book that I feel like I've been listening to it longer than I have been, and that sounds like a criticism, and it isn't so much. It's quite the audiobook at least is quite immersive, and it feels like I've been listening to it for 10 hours rather than 6, and it is quite slow build, but it's so filled with tension, and it is really, really creepy. That's not a word, is it? Really, really creepy. So, Kat, how is Henry Cavill going? Is he still looking good? I presume he is. Was it? Yeah, it was Henry Cavill. Yeah, because you're watching Witcher, aren't you? Or you were watching The Witcher. Or have you moved on to other things? Are you trying to deal with the big doorstop that is it? So, Dan Howell's, I can't remember what you said your book was. I remember what you said it was the sequel to. I can't remember what you said the book was called. Howell's the sequel to Litter. Yes, it's. I believe so. I have not seen Acolyte yet. I have heard some mixed things, but where I've heard the mixed things from makes me think that I'm going to like it even more when I eventually do get to it. But I am so far behind on Star because I don't really watch stuff anymore. I'm so far behind on Star Wars content. It's actually a bit upsetting, to be honest. I'm reading Children of Anguish by Tomi Odemi and Children of Blood and Bone trilogy. Okay. They're new ones on me as well, not gonna lie. I went with something more minor, but I will be drilling over Cavill more later. What's your thoughts, Kat, on Liam Hemsworth replacing him in The Witcher? Out of curiosity. Also, hasn't he signed up for a Warcraft series now on Amazon? Yeah, so I don't know if you were here for when I showed my pile of book purchases. It is in that, and it is about as thick as 3 of the other books. So I will probably, because Leech is the last book that I was planning on doing a review of this month. All my other ones are done. I will probably start on it after. What else forgot to read that I want to read? I want to read House of Good Bones, and I need to read Spirit Bears Its Teeth because I've been putting that off since I bought it, really. And I wouldn't mind. I absolutely loved Andrew Joseph White's first book. Arguably my favourite book of last year. Don't know why I've put that one up for so long. You mean you don't watch it for the plot? Cat, I'm disappointed. They didn't run into it. Hermes, you did not run into an issue trying to deliver stuff because you didn't knock on the door. Never mind. I will deal with that tomorrow and figure out what they've done. The delivery was not attempted at 7:58. I would have heard them knock on the door. Never mind, it wasn't due to come till tomorrow anyway. But yeah, that's how Leech is going. Jenny, how's yours? Is yours continuing to be good? Because I know you were really enjoying it after the first couple of chapters. So, who else? Who have I not spoken to? Who am I forgetting? Moni, if you're still here, how have people started talking to each other? And Witchy, how's your stuff going as well? If you're still here as well. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the background to do with Cavill leaving The Witcher. I think largely to do with the showrunners not respecting the material because he is a massive Witcher fan, but he's been petitioning for a long time to do Warcraft, from what I understand. So they lost me when I thought it was a straight through story. Just finished. Oh, what did you have for lunch? I had salad today. I'm trying to be healthy and I don't like it. Also, just to make Jaleesa happy, I have water, not vodka this time. Although I will need to get coffee in a minute, actually, on the next sprint. So I've only watched season 1 of The Witcher, and I absolutely loved it. I binged it in a day. All right, okay, fair enough. Subway over there is better than over here, to be fair. I'm not getting into the discussion again about American fast food versus UK fast food. We lose, like, hands down. Although I still don't understand why you call all biscuits cookies. But that's an argument me and Kat keep having. And she keeps shouting at me to do with biscuits and gravy because this is a concept that doesn't make sense to me. I've tied that up in a knot, Anna. That was a stupid thing to do. Yeah, I only watched season 1 of The Witcher. I started season 2. I think I only watched the first 2 episodes. Yeah, I don't know why I said Warcraft. I meant Warhammer. I get confused easily. I have never played Warhammer. I have played Warcraft, but the last time I played Warcraft was Warcraft 3. It was before it turned into an MMO. Because I don't do God, I made a right mess of that. Because I don't do multiplayer because I am what's the word I'm looking for? Antisocial. That's the word. Generally speaking, I'm quite antisocial, so the first time I ever played an online multiplayer game was with Noah about 2 years ago. And he keeps bugging me to play more, and I just don't. No. You can do the video. They are not biscuits. Just like Jaffa cakes are biscuits. They're not cookies. I'll see if I can get Elaine to have this argument with me tomorrow. What do you want to add anything? Yeah, what do you class as a biscuit? Have I got any biscuits? Well, I think my kids have got them all actually. But yeah, I don't. When I was a kid, I had a friend from Britain visit. Go. I read 17 pages of Scum Village. Self-saving system is. Hang on, give me a second. It keeps things in stupid places. There we go. I read 17 pages of Scum Village self-saving system. It's looking up. That's good. Have they started talking then to each other? Has communication started occurring? Yeah, I get really baffled by. I mean, I was going to say American word. I get really baffled by America. In fact, I'm going to touch on politics. I don't do this normally. But can somebody explain to me who the idiot is who's running with Trump, who has said that the UK is going to be the first Islamic nation with nuclear weapons? Can someone please explain this to me? Because my brain cannot compute this. Sorry, it's just something I saw earlier today and it's baffled me so much. I'm glad that's looking up for you though. So chips are okay. So what you call fries, we call chips. But you can also have fries, which are a type of chip. Then you have crisps, but crisps aren't necessarily potato chips. They can also include tortillas, which are corn chips, or maize things as well. And cookies are a type of biscuit, but not all biscuits are cookies. Yeah. Oh no. No talking, but we're in a nightmare dreamscape so far away from the miscommunication. Do you mean in real life or just in the book? Because it feels like we're approaching a nightmare hellscape in real life, to be honest. Yeah, I just saw the comment today and I had to laugh because our deputy prime minister is very working class and very, very northern, like me. Oh god, damn, Candy. Yeah, Candy's one that I'd not actually touched on and not thought about. Oh god. And she was properly baffled in her northern ginger way that she was. It was brilliant. It's like, I can't wait to meet him. And it sounded like a threat. It's brilliant. Yeah, what qualifies as candy in the US? Actually, that's another argument for in the chat. I need coffee because it's 8 o'clock at night and there's no better thing to drink at 8 o'clock at night than coffee. So I'm going to find the buttons, which I've lost again because I don't know what I'm doing. No, that's was a message I was typing in Discord to do with Star Wars. This. Okay, so chocolate is chocolate. Sweet. Wait, hang on. What do you mean sweets that aren't bread based? How can sweets be bread based? Yeah, that's what's baffled me. I heard that it was an anti-Trumper beforehand, but it's just of all the baffling comments to make when you're running about. I mean, I know Britain is a bit small and insignificant. We are. We just don't like to admit it. But oh, oh right, okay, wonderful. Yeah, we're watching very closely what's going on over there because it feels like we've lurched a little bit towards sanity here in the UK. Only a little bit. We're not getting too excited. But for the potential vice president of our latest, of our biggest ally, to say some of the things that he said recently. Oh God, we've started an argument. Okay, cakes, cookies are bready is the best way to describe the difference that comes to mind. Okay, but okay, but what about Twix? Is the good example actually. Is that a biscuit or is that a candy? Are we in murky territory here? You know what I want? That came across. I don't know if you have them in the US. Dime bars, which are like this really crunchy sort of toffee covered in chocolate. Really, only like wafer thin. Really crunchy. And I came across a strawberry and cream flavour one the other day, which was really, really odd. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Dan, would you like to mention the amazing Dime Bar advert? Because you strike me as the sort of person who would make a point of knowing that sort of advert just like I do. The armadillos. If you know, you know. UK adverts are weird. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I am going to go make myself a coffee. Almond toffee. Is it almond toffee? I do know Dime Bar and Oreo milkshakes are the best. So normally they're not strawberry flavour. Normally they're just like a toffee. Like really, really crunchy. But there was a strawberry and cream one when I was in one of the cheap supermarkets the other day. It's like, that's weird. I'll eat all of them. They were interesting. Let's put it that way. Not as good as the proper ones though. But I'm going to set music off. I'm going to set timer off. And I am going to go and make coffee. So I will be back very shortly. This is a perfect time to get a beverage of your choice as well. Because, but I see, where can I share it? The Dime Bar advert had what can only be described as an inbred simpleton sat there going, I likes armadillos. Crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside, because it was the opposite of a Dime Bar. It was very British. Always fancies gift to Democrats, throw already billboards or things. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's enough. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, okay. Do mints class as candy? Actually, that's a point. Dan, do armadillos? God. I should just fetch up all the UK adverts, shouldn't I? The Tango advert, that was a cracking one as well. That got banned. Yeah, do mints class as candy in the UK? I think they probably do, don't they? Or are mints just a thing on their own? Right, shut up, Neil. Right, put timer on. I'm off to run around, hopefully back by the end of the next sprint. Okie dokie, I hope your errands go well. I also hope that your router is behaving when you come back as well. I'm going to set the timer up. I'm going to set the music off probably. Did that work? Yes, it did. I'll catch you all very shortly. That 45 seems to go back very, very quickly. So, is water wet? Fair enough. That's the pointless question I'm asking. Also, how's everyone's reading gone on that one? I've not got too much further in. There's been a potential outbreak of whatever this thing is, but we still have more questions than answers. There's been an infected dog which has been let out as well. That's it. That's all that's happened. I'm page 104, which is about a third of the way through. So, yeah, not much to report on mine, but how is everybody else's going? Or whatever it is everybody else is doing, I should add. Oh, I don't know what to press there. Also, I feel like I need to share the Dime Bar advert with people. So, I used to. I can't remember anymore though. What is it? It's not the brain, because that doesn't seem to develop in a lot of people anyway. Right, let's see if I can do this right. Okay. Let's do sources. Screen capture. New source. I just think everybody needs to be aware of this amazing advert. If I can. You don't need to see all that stuff. Because I don't think people realise just how terrible UK adverts are, or have been. So you can all suffer this. You can go there. There we go. Let's see. So this is so people know what we were talking about earlier. Has that worked properly? Yeah. Right.
Excuse me. Ever eaten a Dime Bar?
No.
Would you mind trying one?
No.
Did you like the surprising combination of crisp caramel stuff and delicious milk chocolate, smooth on the outside, crunchy on the inside?
Nope. I likes armadillos.
Smooth on the inside, crunchy on the outside. Armadillos! Dime, the surprising alternative to armadillos.
2 armadillos?
You're a bit thick, really, aren't you?
There we go. You've all now suffered through the Dime Bar advert. I just had to share that just out of habit. I don't know what I've just done with that. Yeah, you will have seen the amazing adverts that we occasionally have. Yeah, that is... Really, Jenny, you don't remember that? Or then again, you might not do. There was a whole... there was more than one like that. There was a number of armadillos adverts. So yeah, it's like the tango ads. It's which got banned because all the kids used to go around slapping people. That used to be a good one. Oh, how far we've come as a society. So there we go. You now know what a Dime Bar is and why the UK is broken. I know people like that. To be fair, I have seen some US adverts. In fact, I remember seeing some when I was over there in... When was I over there? I was over there at some point in the 90s. I can't remember exactly when. Yeah, I remember some interesting adverts. America's an interesting place. The more I hear about America now, the less I ever want to visit it again, which is a shame, because at one point I really wanted to. And you're welcome, Dan. How is everybody else's books, though? Is anybody else's book making sense to them? Because I'm still feeling a little bit lost. This is leaving me feeling a bit like Chrysalis and Requiem left me feeling a couple of months back. Not to the same extent, but I feel like I'm slightly bereft in a world where I don't have the knowledge of the main character. Yeah, there's a lot of ads in US TV, especially like compared to what we're used to here. Very, very strange. And product placement, which is slowly but surely becoming a thing here. But product placement, man, that is something we didn't have to deal with for a long, long time. Oh, right, okay, I did not know that. They sort of disappear from view here and then reappear again after a couple of years when everyone starts complaining. Normally when Freddos go up in price. But there we go. That'll get English people. If you ever want to get an English person to complain, ask them how much a Freddo was when they were a kid. Yeah, we just like to do things differently here. But then again, we were talking in Cottage Goth's chat recently about Alvin and the Chipmunks. In fact, no, it wasn't Alvin and the Chipmunks. It was Chip and Dale, the Rescue Rangers, on the different names that they have in other places. 5p or 10p, exactly, it was 10p. Or, here's one, because most people don't remember this. So you had the Freddos, which were just like the solid chocolate with like the frog imprint. But you also had Taz bars, which was basically Taz from Warner Brothers, but with caramel in them. And they were so much nicer than Freddos. Just side point. Yeah, we ended up talking about Chip and Dale, and somebody, because it confused somebody in the chat, I think, were they from France, I think? And it wasn't Chip and Dale, it was Chip and something else. Just, I mean, it makes sense because of language differences, but I found that quite interesting. Which, speaking of Warner Brothers, I read Bury Your Gaze recently, which is amazing, and everyone should read it. And it is so obviously taking pot shots at Warner Brothers in particular with the imagery that it's using and like the Acme-style deaths and some of the more problematic approaches to using algorithms and CGI to resurrect dead characters, dead actors, as well as what was the other thing they did? AI to Chip and Chap. There we go. As well as resurrecting dead actors, because I know there was a thing last year about there was an AI Marilyn Monroe bot thing that was able to reply to questions. Indora, that was it. Yeah. Tick and Tack. Tic Tacs are mints. We have sweets called Tic Tacs. They're in like little plastic. They'd probably be banned in America as a choking hazard, actually, like Kinder eggs. And they're like little mints, or sometimes they're like little fruity things. You get like orange and lime flavors. So that's just going off on on a bit of a tangent. But then again, Chip and Dale almost went to right, okay. Chip and Dale. Because we ended up talking about the Chip and Dale's, the adult male dance group, who were basically strippers that were very, very big around Europe in the 80s and 90s. So there we go. It says think Magic Mike, because I don't know if you have well then again, I suppose they probably did do America, to be fair. You don't see them very often here anymore. There used to be a lot more flavours, but it seems to have the variety seems to have dropped back on a lot of stuff recently. Since Brexit, surprisingly. It's almost like it was a terrible idea. But there we go. But yeah, Bury Your Gaze really does lampoon Warner Brothers. So it has like, you've got the iconic water tower. It has 2 water towers. You have somebody literally dying by having a piano dropped on them, which is very Acme style. And it takes a really deep look at some of the dangers of letting big business have control of AI and how they can then pair that with CGI, and then it talks about image rights and who owns the right to a performance. Is it the performer or is it the studio? And it was actually quite on the nose, especially considering the SAG-AFTRA strikes from last year, which, on a side point, SAG-AFTRA screwed over their members after the strikes because they then went and agreed to something that the actual members didn't agree to, which was not particularly well publicised. But yeah, I think, did they remake? All right, okay, fair enough. I forget that you live in that hellscape of heat that is Nevada. I would like to go back to Vegas though. When I was in Vegas last, I was 18, so I could literally do nothing. So we stayed off the main strip. It was I want to say it was the Boulder Cafe Hotel, I think. So off the main strip. But it was mind-boggling to me because you had this, what was quite a minor hotel. You don't have a floor 13, which is just baffling to me. And it had cinemas, it had like the slots floor, it had music shows on. And this was one of the off-strip places. Just, was it Boulder Station? All right, okay. I mean, I'm going back to 2001, so it was a long time ago. I think it was Boulder, but I think it had like 3 or 4 cinema screens in there. It was just, when you're used to the UK thing, which is like you're lucky if you get a bar with a table in it. It was just thing. You see, our version of Vegas is Blackpool, and it's just not. Interesting thing to do with things like Tic Tacs. We're not allowed to put stuff like that on tills anymore in the UK because they introduced sugar laws. So anything on your tills or on what you'd call your end caps, your promotional ends, is not allowed to be high in sugar or high in fat. So the only sweets you have on tills now in the UK are sugar-free ones. So if Tic Tacs aren't sugar-free, they're not allowed near the tills. So there we go. Part of their drive for a healthier life. It's not working. My friends in Vegas, of course, I had to go there when I was visiting the US. I would love to have seen Cirque du Soleil. It is a very surreal place. It's very... So is LA, actually. LA's one that baffles me. LA baffles me a lot because of how you sort of have this image of grandeur, but when you actually hit the place, it's just smog for a start, and it's such a, what's the word I'm after? You have like Beverly Hills and all the really rich areas, but it's really impoverished and rough and beaten down, really, as a grand scheme of things. I remember last time I went, I ended up on, they had like a Star Trek exhibition on. So they had a mock-up of the Next Generation bridge and stuff, which was really cool. I wonder if that's the one they actually used in Picard. Actually. LA fascinates me. It really does. I'd like to go again. I think my anxiety would set off in somewhere like LA. I'm used to, because obviously UK cities aren't quite the same as American cities. With the exception of London, UK cities are a lot smaller than US ones, with the possible exception of Birmingham, and a lot quieter. And I think I've not been to London that often. I have worked down there a couple of times, and it's just, the difference is shocking. Yeah, they changed the rules, so although there are some weird things, so you can still put alcohol at the front of a shop because it's not, kids can't touch it, so you can still put that there, but you can't put chocolate because it's unhealthy. But alcohol's fine. It's just, and you can put Nutella because apparently people don't eat Nutella out the jar. Nobody's ever asked my opinion on this. No, I've been to London. I've worked in London. I've just not been there very often. I've been I've been a couple of times for football down to Wembley. And then I spent a week working down there because I was running inventory in what was at one point the murder capital of the UK, actually. It was, I want to say, Bexley in London, I think it was. It began with a B, wherever it was. It was in the East End. It wasn't too far from where West Ham is. That was an interesting experience. I realised how little people from London understand the rest of the UK. Let's put it that way, because there was like this girl in the shop who was working, and she's there like, "Do you know Carl Walker?" And it's like, no. What? Why would I? Well, he's from near where you are, aren't you? It's like, he's from Sheffield. That is literally over a load of hills away. That isn't even near. In UK standards, American standards is different because you guys drive for 2 hours to go to the shop. But in the UK, a 2-hour drive is just ridiculous. That's a day trip. I do need to go down to. I was meant originally this week, because I'm off this week. I was going to actually go to London for a few days, but then things like Amazon happened, and I bought a very small pile of books that is literally this big, amongst other things. And also, I had meetings I found out that I had to attend. So, do need to go down at some point, though. Maybe I'll do that in when am I off next? Not August. I'll have the kids. Halloween. You know what? London for Halloween sounds pretty good. 3 hours is a day trip. You know, but I was saying this to. I'm not sure who it was, but here in the UK, you're never more than, I think it's 60. Is it 62 miles from the coast? It's something ridiculous. You're never far from the coast in the UK. I think we just don't get the sheer size difference in size, US to UK sometimes. Yeah, I mean I think that's the. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think in America, your states are the size of countries, so it's just baffling to us. It doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's about, is it 4 hours on a train to London? I think something like that. If you get one of the trains from Manchester. And you wouldn't be coming back the same day. You would be staying for a couple of days. You would make that like a few days getaway. So there we go. That's and also London is just so big. Like, I think about a third of the UK population lives there. It's just insane how big it is, and a little bit intimidating. I remember going through. I presume it was Piccadilly Station in London. I could be wrong. I've never seen so many people in all my life. And Manchester is meant to be arguably the second or third city in the UK, and it's just, I live 9 miles outside of Manchester city centre. You wouldn't know there was a city nearby because literally on 3 sides of where I live, there's just fields, like everywhere, for miles. But then you go 9 miles, literally 20 minutes on the train into the town centre, and you've got the big, I think it's got the second most skyscrapers now in the UK because of all the changes that have gone on. It's insane. It's really hard to explain the UK to people. Why was I thinking about the UK specifically yesterday? There was something. I mean, Manchester Airport has nothing but issues with staffing. So the worst I've ever been to was in Canada, actually. I went through. It was when I was going. We were flying to. Where were we flying to? We must have been flying to San Francisco Airport, which, just on a side point, landing at San Francisco Airport is terrifying. But we were going through Toronto Airport, and I don't know what they did, how they organised stuff, but there is no way in hell you should have 2 Terminal A's or Terminal 1s. It doesn't make sense. It was one of the most confusing things I have ever had to go through in my life. It was so stressful. And then my dad, because obviously I was travelling with him at the time, decided you've got to do your declarations, you sign declarations and stuff to say that you're not carrying things that you wouldn't, and he didn't read the form properly. So he basically announced himself as a terrorist carrying illicit substances into America. So that was nearly fun if I hadn't noticed and got himself a fresh sheet. That was we ended up in Yosemite on that holiday, and we'd had a few drinks. No, I definitely don't have a drink. That would be illegal. But we were walking back to the bear-proof cabin, which the bear-proof cabin was literally just a tiny little hook and eyler, which was no use. Hey, Nose, you all right? And my dad decided to run off into the woods at like 12 o'clock at night. We'd been shouted at by the park rangers at this point. I went and hid under one of the chalets and came out pretending to be a bear to make us all jump. Happy days. I heard that the Mirage had gone. Oh, the hard. How was work, Noah? Are you glad to be free? Also, when do you want to record that video? Do you want to do it tomorrow, or do you want to do it tonight? I'm probably going to do one more sprint, but I'm assuming you're knackered because I'm assuming you've actually done something today. So, also, how are the pets? How's Milo? How's the ash stain that is your flat at the moment? How is everything going? You've missed a discussion on whether water is wet. You have missed a discussion about our Jaffa cakes or biscuits. We've had the normal argument over biscuits versus cakes. So, yeah, tomorrow's absolutely fine. I do not have Summer with me. The prisoner exchange was not agreed, so but I will need to do it in the afternoon, ideally, because at 8 o'clock I am over on Cobalt Dragon's channel on a live, which is going to be fun. I have a list of questions, and I'm sure I'm not going to make it chaotic at all. Quite excited about that, actually, because it's the first time other than your channel that I have been on somebody else's channel. So, there we go. You did make it. I know you sent an apology, but I don't think you can watch me when you're in work. So, much though I'm sure you would like to. Alright, thanks for dropping in, Ellen. I hope you have an easy day at work tomorrow if you're in work and they don't have you acting as a pack mule all day again like they did today. Thanks for dropping in. I'll try and catch your stream on Friday for Baldur's Gate, 9 PM I think you said. So, yeah, so Noah, you know, like I said, I've bought some books. Well, I bought a lot of things, but you know, like I said, I bought some books. I have a small pile of books, which I think I need to do a haul video. So, yeah, I think I've bought 23 books since the start of the month. You have a good night, Ellen. Yeah, I bought 23 books since the start of the month. About half on digital and those as well. So, in fact, no, I think it's more than that. I don't think I counted my audiobooks that I've picked up. So, yeah, we're going to be having a haul video. So many books. So many. Some I'm very excited for. Almost all of them fit under Horror Month as well. Not that I'm going to get it because I'm blaming you for this, because it's all your fault. Obviously, I finished Dead Silence. That nearly put me into a reading slump. I've barely been able to read since. Between reading Bury Your Gaze, which was amazing and made me not want to read anything else because of how good that was, and then how mediocre Dead Silence was proving to be. Although I will add, Lauren Ezzo's audio is much better than the written book. But it's Lauren Ezzo. It's not a great surprise to me at this point. So I look forward to discussing Dead Silence with you tomorrow, because are you ready for this? I've made notes about that book. I think this is going to be another one we don't agree on, particularly. But there we go, it's always fun. What are you reading at the moment? Are you managing to read at the moment? Out of curiosity, are you still reading on... Yeah, I know, me making notes. They're not particularly detailed notes, but they are notes. What are you just reading it at the moment, or are you working through anything else as well at the same time? Oh, how is Hex going? Are you happy to know that it's a duology? Now that I've broken that to you yesterday. Is it going alright? I know it's one you were quite excited to get to. I'm reading Leech today. I am going to recommend that you don't read it. It's hard to explain what this book is. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I need to make that clear. So I'm a third of the way in, and the story begins where a doctor basically is arriving to do an autopsy on another doctor that has passed away in like this village town of some sort. This is dystopian future after mankind has fucked everything up, which, you know, is probably pathetic at this point. So you've got people who've got like these weird sort of rubber tubing keeping them alive and all sorts. Not like we have now, but like it's strange. But the person that's doing the autopsy is doing an autopsy on themselves, which sounds weird. So what you have is you've got this sort of symbiote / parasite thing going on. It's not clear exactly how it works. It feels like there's a central entity and it has different hosts over time, but it maintains, when that host dies, the brain seems to get preserved somewhere so they can still access all the thoughts, but it's not clear how it works, whether it's one central bit that breaks off and goes to other places, or if it's some sort of psychic link. And it turns out that there's something else it looks like it's suicide at first, but it's not. There's some sort of other symbiote style thing. It feels a bit like the Venom symbiote. And that's it. That's all I've got in the first 100 pages. They've found like the infestation point of it, and you've got a moment that reminds me a little bit of The Thing, you know, with the dog, where the dog basically feels like it gets infected, but someone has then let that dog out deliberately. That's all that's happened in the first 33% of the book. But it's not clear. The main character doesn't have a name and has never had a name. You have... It's a world that doesn't seem to have any set... It has set rules, but we don't know what they are. So it's reminding me, bizarrely reading it, a little bit of Chrysalis and Requiem, right? Which baffled me. I don't think it's Lovecraftian. I think this reminds me bizarrely a little bit more of The Strain, or a little bit of like your Trill from Star Trek. Actually, probably a little bit more. That sort of symbiotic relationship and the preservation of memories. But there's no real rules that are established yet. It's weird. It's proving to be quite a slow read as well. A bit like, bizarrely, is also a slow read, or listen, is Creeper. Finding that quite slow as well. It feels like I've been listening to it for days. It's not bad, but it just feels longer than it has been so far. So, and I got further in the book, but I built my new chair because my chair came just before my stream started. Not my green screen holder, though. They've apparently tried to deliver it without actually knocking on my door, which is impressive. But hey-ho. Right, I'm going to set timer again. I have mum music. This might be the last... This will probably be the last sprint, actually. Realistically. So, another 45 minutes, another chat. And At what point do you hit that, though? Because I'm at 75% of the book. So, I'm not saying it's bad, because I actually do like it. It's my sort of horror, quite folklore-y sort of thing. I do really like it. And I have a theory about something as well. I'll be curious to see if that plays through. But it's a rare thing where the book feels longer than it is. But not necessarily in a bad way. If that makes sense. Because normally it doesn't feel like it's dragging. And I'll also add the narration's really good as well. It doesn't feel like it's dragging, but it feels lengthier. You know, because the audiobook's only 8.5 hours, I think. And I feel like I've been listening to it for days. So, I'm still enjoying it. It's still decent. I think it's going to be a 3.75. I think Watchers is better. But Watchers is more obviously Fae-inspired with the changelings and so on and so forth, because I know you've seen the film now, which I have not seen. Actually, I need to watch that. But, yep, one more 45-minute sprint. Bit more music. We'll see if I can make... I'm hoping, from what I've seen of reviews, about now stuff starts to become a bit clearer in this. So, we shall see. Oh, hello. Also, we've watched the Armadillos advert, Noah, from the Dime Bar, just so you know. Don't know why you need to know that, but you know it now. That's how buttons work. Okay. I've reached halfway. I still have no idea what is going on. You're here. Hello, Noah. I still have no clue what is going on. It's fascinating, but I don't know what's happening. I don't even know how to explain it. Trying to do the review on this is going to be very, very difficult. When I read Chrysalis and Requiem, my issue was I didn't understand the rules of the world, and the way it was being portrayed was really confusing. It relied on knowledge of the world for the mystery to work, whereas in this you don't need to understand the rules for the mystery to be working, because the whole mystery is a straightforward, what is this thing? And how does it link to the main character, who is a vessel for something else? And it's gradually revealing how the symbiote / parasite works that's within the main character. And one of the things that it does is it allows full control of the body, including bodily functions. So basically, they are as close to being sexless as possible. They don't have any of those needs. And something's going on with this body now, which the mind inside can't quite grasp. They're beginning to dream. I'd have nightmares, but also some of their functions, the bodily functions, are beginning to revert, and they've no longer got control over them. So it feels like they're infected somehow, but there's no evidence of an infection. And you've got a level of paranoia beginning to run through, because has this thing spread to other areas of the court, inverted commas? It's very strange. Very, very strange. I really don't know what to make of it. I know I suggested you don't read it, Noah, but actually, I am curious what you make of this, actually. So, There we go. And the entire plot of it so far is person died, they found thing in person, they don't know what thing is. Let's try and find out what thing is. That's it. I'll be curious. Who's the narrator? Out of curiosity. So, also, Jalisa, we're in the talking part. I know you keep missing it. So I don't know if you can hear me or not, but what do you mean you don't know? How do you not know these things? Honestly. I'll find out myself. That's if Goodreads is behaving. So are you reading, Noah, or are you doing something else while you are listening to my disaster? You're here this time. Okay, so how's your book going, first of all? Is it going well? Are you having fun? Is it good? Is it sane? Oh, okay. I've just looked. I know who that is. You're struggling with Hex. Oh no. You're Elden Ringing. That sounds like a euphemism. So, the narrator for your book is Abigail Thorne, who is transgender. They're in the Acolyte, actually, as well. They are... Do you remember when I sent you the video to do with... to do with when you're having the argument with the doctors? That's them. So... You've had to re-listen. Oh, no. How hot is it out there at the moment? Also, anybody else is here. How's your readings going? Is it going well? How's Elden Ring going for you, Noah? Also, I've bought more games. Oh no, that's not good. I've bought more games. I've bought a lot of stuff the last couple of days. It's ridiculous. You missed me trying to build a chair at the beginning of the stream. That was fun. Although it is now built and I'm now using it. My desk is coming on hopefully over the weekend. My green screen thing was meant to be delivered tomorrow. And then they told me it was being delivered today. And then they've had an issue delivering it today. Because nobody answered the door that they didn't knock on. You do need to get the DLC at some point. I paused reading to edit a video a bit. Is this the video we were talking about earlier? What video? I want to know. Your videos are so much better than mine in terms of depth and sort of the discussion aspects of it and the breakdown. I'm kind of jealous, to be honest. 94 feels like 96. Fuck that. Our humidity is about 60%, I think. When I looked last. It's 18 degrees here right now. Which, to be fair, for the night time is quite high. Our humidity is 77%, which is ridiculous. Tomorrow it's going to hit a high of 23. On Friday, it's hitting a high of 25. So we actually have some sunshine. I might go outside. You never know. What games did I buy? So, it's higher than it has been for a few days, actually. So, Noah, he's not going to thank me for this. You like dating sims, right? They're like one of your favourite genres. I picked up Monster Prom 2 and Monster Prom 3, which are both dating sims. And I mentioned that I picked up the Chance as well, which I need to stream at some point. So, you could go fishing. Can you go fishing, before or after we've done the video, though, please? I thought you that to being in a book club that has 3 members who are English professors after 10 plus years listening to my life. Yeah, I'm genuinely jealous, to be honest. So, 30... No, sod 35. It's going to be hot, yes, Noah. You're not allowed near heat after what happened in your kitchen. On saying that, though, Might do you some good. You're not fussed, well, if you're not in the house, you cannot record it. Like, that is the key point. So I'm going to let you let me know. Or we could do it as a live. It's always more chaotic. It's always more fun. I didn't say it was. I've been going around telling everyone all week that you turned on a light switch in one room and then your fridge exploded, which was my understanding of what happened, to be honest, at one point. So, I know it wasn't your fault. You just have such... You're just so hot that it just exploded. Anyway. That's just thrown me. Yeah. I'm toying with the idea of actually cutting reviews back on the channel, to be honest. At the moment. But, doesn't feel like the way to go at the moment, bizarrely. They're not really doing anything. You can't you just hear the blush? Like, you can just his face will be matching his ginger hair now. Oh, I could dye my hair tomorrow. That's something. That's if I've got any money left. I want my desk. I want to build me a new desk because this thing is too wobbly. We had 35 last year, to be fair, Dan. In like the 1 week of sunshine that we had. But how's everybody else? It's not. Do you know what it is? It's because it's been a little bit frustrating because none of them are doing anything outside of like the odd outlier. So I think my last four haven't beat 20. I think mine go too long. Like, my aim on every video is 10 minutes. And then it goes wrong. I might change the format a little bit. I've actually spent money to do some courses. I'm going to do some book reviews. I'm not getting rid of them entirely. I think I'm likely to just reduce them a little bit down. So I don't know. I'm in two minds. I'm planning on not stepping away for a month in August because I'm still going to be doing stuff, but I'm not going to be doing as much in August. A couple of reasons. Number one, everyone's always in holiday in August, so I have loads of overtime, so I'll be working a lot more. And I have no idea what I'm reading next month. I feel like I've skirted quite close to a reading slump, partially caused by a couple of my last books. Actually, speaking of recent reads, that's just reminded me. I started this last week. I finished it today. St. Juniper's Folly by Alex Crespo. It's technically a YA horror, but it's more of a paranormal mystery. I think I've skirted it all right. We'll find out. We'll see. I've managed to avoid slumps so far this year. So, but I finished reading this today. This is YA paranormal mystery. It's really good. It's an interesting take on. I'm not going to be doing a review on it. So it's an interesting take on the haunted house idea, because you've got 3 POV characters and they all mesh quite well together. They all make sense for the way they act within the story. You've got a gay romance in there, which is really well done. There's something about Peachtree Publishing that I find really, really interesting. They're not really a thing over here. I think most of the books over here that Peachtree release are import, and they get passed to like Daphne Press or people like that if they come over here. But St. Juniper's Folly was really good. Obviously, Hell Followed With Us, amazing. What was the other one? Other one that I read recently? Absinthe Underground. That was Peachtree. Really, really it's all, and they actually have an online catalog as well, which you can go to and look at. But they do. There's one that I read in rhyme, Death's Country, that I read recently. Was that this month? No, that was last month. That was Peachtree as well, and it's all got really, really good representation in there in terms of gender and sexuality and race. Really, really well done. The Death's Country, which was a Orpheus and Greek retelling, Orpheus and somebody. That is the first example I have seen in a YA novel so far that I've read that has a positive polyamorous relationship for the main characters in there, which I found really, really interesting. They also all have amazing covers. But I like the fact with this one that the sort of whole conceit is somebody gets trapped in a haunted house and they can't leave. And they've got a ticking clock going on that they've got to be out of there because they're in the care of somebody else. They're a foster kid. And they're trying to figure out how to get them out. There's like been trapped in there by the ghost, or so it appears. And there's an interesting twist on the idea later on for why they're actually stuck there, which is cleverly done. And the way everything sort of knits together with some of the different characters and their links to the house that they don't necessarily know about. Very, very, very clever. It was also a debut novel. So, really good. The only reason it took me so long to read is because I hit dead silence. And it kind of pushed me into what felt like the start of a slump. Which I do need to add, the narration for Dead Silence is really good. I think the material, and I'll talk to Noah about this tomorrow, is lacking. I got a very different vibe to Noah from the story. But the narrator's Lauren Ezzo, who I've spoken about before. They narrated, I think it's called It Waits in the Woods by Josh Malerman, which is one of the Amazon short story collection, creature feature books, was absolutely amazing. And then they were also one of the two narrators for Smoke and Summons that I listened to a couple of months back. And of all the audiobook narrators I've listened to, she's really got down the idea of those really quiet moments of introspective dread or self-reflection or just exhaustion, and she gets that sense across so well. And also, she has an amazing demon voice, just on a side point. But there we go. The thing when I normally when I hit a slump, I'll go back and reread something. It's not felt like this one feels like a mix of two different things. One is I read a really, really good book, which was Bury Your Gaze. And sometimes if I read a really good book, it kind of puts me off reading because when I pick up the next book, it doesn't live up to that hype and it puts me off reading a little bit. So that's part of it. And the other one is the next book I read and listened to was Dead Silence, and I was not enamored with it at all. So I sort of went from a high to quite a... At one point, Dead Silence was going to be a 2-star for me. So it was sitting in the same realm as The Whistling, which Noah will not like to hear me say. And he hated that book more than me. So I'm going to do one more sprint because I want... Despite this not really having much story, it's got quite a scientific-y feel to it, which I'm finding quite interesting, and I want to know what the thing is. I really, really do. But how's everyone else's reading going? I know Jaleesa keeps falling asleep. I can't remember if Noah's... Oh, Noah's Elden ringing into. Of course he is. Of course he is. He's probably rage quitting. He does that. If you ever watch Noah's streams, he rage quits quite a lot. Did you rage quit yesterday? By the way, after I dropped out. I think he did. How's your book going, Jenny? Or have you managed to get distracted by Animal Crossing again? Oh no, I don't want that. Let's change the music up a little bit. Albums. Doop-a-doo. Also, all the music is from StreamBeats by Harris Heller. This is all royalty free. You can actually play it straight through Spotify, or you can download them as well, and they're also on YouTube. We don't want Pulse. We don't want Groovy. Which one do we want? Go for that one. We'll go for Nocturnal. I suspect this might be a bit more dancey dance. We'll see. You're on Disney Dreamlight Valley. Bless. Are you having fun? That's the main thing. Are you having fun? But yeah, I bought a couple of did I say it was Camp Buddy the games, but the dating things that I bought. So not quite as engaging as Hatterful Boyfriend, which I know Noah's a massive fan of. What's the pigeon one? Is that the pigeon one? I can't remember. Was that the pigeon one where you date pigeons? What's the one where you date your weapons called? He's not going to answer this because he's going to be going even more red because he's still not forgiven me for when I ousted him to his own chat once about this. So, Monster Prom, sorry. So, oh no, I've just hit the launch button. I did not want to do that. Go away. We're not doing that. Yeah, I need to have a look at what the chant is as well. I also, Artful Pigeon. I also need to finish streaming The Quarry, actually. Could do that before the end of the week. I'm sure I could squeeze that in somewhere. It's not as if I'm doing anything. It's Wednesday today. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'll do it over the weekend. Right, I'm going to do one more sprint because I want to see if this is actually going to go anywhere. This will be the last sprint because that'll take us to about 11:30 UK time. So I've no idea what this music is going to be like as well. We'll have to wait and see. But one more sprint. Noah, no rage quitting. Also, Jaleesa, I have water. Not vodka. I have water today. So I am being a good human. And I had salad for my tea as well, which was incredibly depressing. But there we go. Where's my buttons gone? Right. One more sprint, and then it will be bedtime for me. So how was the last sprint? I've hit 67% of the book, and something major has just happened, but I don't know what that means. I'm still very baffled. Very, very baffled. But how was everybody else for that 45 minutes? Are we all good? Oh. They can all go away now. So that is the last sprint for the evening, because I'll be honest, I am getting tired now. Because I am an old man and I need my beauty sleep. What have I done here? That's that one, so don't disappear that one, Neil. Disappear that one. Disappear that one. There we go. There we go. But before we go, how has everyone's reads been? Have they managed to get stuff done? Getting sleepy too. You're in work tomorrow. At least I presume you're in work tomorrow. You should be asleep. You should be in sleepy time. I suspect Noah is still rage quitting Elden Ring. So, yeah. You're up. Did you fall asleep again? Well, that's the question. I still don't know what to make of this. This is... Oh no. That's even worse. Burn it down. You read the rest of part 8 in the audiobook. Oh, fair enough. You got somewhere then. How is it treating you? Right, now let's speak. Yeah, so Farah does amazing vlogs over at Bookstalgic, obviously, as well. Yeah, no, me thing came out. It's yeah, I have issues. Yeah, Farah's really good for vlogs. Ellen over at the Cottage Goth Library as well. So the idea of doing a vlog, I'd love to do it, but I lack the discipline to be able to do any form of vlog. I actually tried to do one once and I gave up after 2 days. It just wasn't for me. But I can't imagine you being chaotic at anything, though, to be honest. I find that really, really hard to envisage. I'm sure I remember Jaleesa doing vlogs at some point. I don't know if that's me misremembering though, because I'm tired and it was a while ago. Now you see, that's the thing, because I don't have notes and I don't have a script. I don't use them. I've said this before. When I do my my review videos, I have no notes in front of me. Yeah, I thought you did. I missed those. So it's like for my conversation with Noah tomorrow, for the entire book, that is all the notes that I've got. And it's mainly just, this is what this person is and this is what they did. And that's it. There's nothing else that I'll work at. And that, by my standards, is actually quite a lot. I normally just have a list of names and then work entirely off memory. Don't know how that manages to work somehow. But, well, I'm excited to see it anyway. I'm sure it will be amazing, as your stuff always is. But yeah, tomorrow I'm on Elaine at Cobalt Dragon's channel for a live. That will be at 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't know how that contributes to anywhere else. I would presume that's like 1 p.m. Central. I don't know. But yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern's the easiest way that I can explain it in US time, because I don't know. And that's going to be a chat about Booktube, reading, all things bookish, why I do what I do, and reasons for the channel, so on and so forth. So it's going to be a great deal of fun. Elaine is absolutely lovely. Someone I've only spoken to quite recently as well. So yeah, that's tomorrow. Then I have... what's on after that? On Thursday tomorrow? Yes, it is. Also tomorrow, my reading for chapter 1 of Bury Your Gaze is up as well. I think that's up at 6 p.m. GMT. Nothing for Friday. I'm not doing anything Friday. And then on Saturday is my review for Psychic Teenage Bloodbath 2, which is one that is not getting a first chapter read, because I do not want to be banned on YouTube, especially. And I would be with that. Also, just on a side point, when it comes to editing, I don't edit my videos. What I do, and this is bizarre, but I do it TV style. So I record in blocks, and I stop at the end of the scene, inverted commas, and I just throw it all in the editing software and upload it. I never even check it. I just assume it's words, which has caused some problems in the past, because I am bad at audio. But anyway, I am very tired, and it's nearly midnight, so I'm going to go to bed now. But thank you, everybody, for joining me. It has been a blast. I'll be doing another one next week, same time. So if you could join me, then that would be amazing. Also, anyone who is a silent watcher who has subscribed, because there's a couple of new subscribers, I've just not checked the names yet. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. I hope those of you that have some day left, you have an amazing rest of your day. And if not, have an amazing rest of the week. But with that, I'm going to sleep. I will catch you all very soon. I hope you all have a good day, evening, whatever you've got left.